All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Good morning. Court officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. First of all, I will, as always, call appearances. Mr. Prosecutor, for the record, could you tell us who is present for the office?
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everyone. The prosecution is represented today by Silvia Dascoli, Associate Prosecutor, Filippo De Minicis, another Associate Prosecutor, Julie Mann, she's our case manager, also Deborah Osborne, our SPO intern, sitting over there, and my name is Cezary Michalczuk, I'm SPO Prosecutor.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, everybody. The victims team is today represented by Marie-Pierre Barbeau, Senior Legal Associate, Lisbeth Zechfeld, Co-Counsel, and by myself, Annie Poes, as Counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense is represented by Mr. Betim Shala, Co-Counsel, Mr. Fatmir Pelay, Interpreter and Investigator. Mr. Mustafa is rejoining us today via video link, and myself. My name is Julius von Monet.
Thank you. Mr. Mustafa, can you hear us fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. And for the record, you are appearing before trial panel 1. Before we start with the testimony of the witness who will be testifying today, 4669, I would like to discuss a few organizational matters. As regards the hearing schedule for the beginning of 2020, we will be sitting, I cannot give you all the information yet, but we will be sitting in the week of the 17th of January, or starting on Monday, the 17th of January, the 24th of January, and the 31st of January, as well as in the week of the 7th of February, in order to hear the testimony of the 4 SPO witnesses scheduled to testify in 2022. And during those weeks, we will be sitting in principle 3 days a week. I cannot indicate which days of the week yet, but we will try to do that as soon as possible. And of course, there is another thing. Yes, the parties and the Victims' Counsel are informed that there will be no hearing from the 25th of February, so it's a Friday, till the 4th of March. And the 2 weeks in February, which I have not mentioned with the first day of the week, those are still under discussion. So I hope that in this way you have a little bit more of an overview. And of course, as soon as possible, we will come through with exact dates, because we are aware that for everybody it's important to know when we are expected to be in court and when not. Yeah. Good. The next matter to discuss concerns the defense. Defense Counsel. It's about the disclosure badge number 43. It appears that when stamping the documents, the document with DSM 00393 was skipped. And with the consequence that from that number on, the document disclosed within that badge are mismatched, with the number DSM 00411 being stamped twice on 2 different documents. We liaised with our court management union colleagues, and they informed us that, of course, it can be corrected, and they can assist you with doing that. And my suggestion would be that you liaise with them in order to resolve it. And and I leave it up to you to check whether all the documents you intended to disclose were indeed enclosed, or you have to add some. Yeah? Okay, good. Furthermore, I would like to discuss 3 matters with the SPO. Yesterday, a document was disclosed in batch 95, and we noted that there was not an English translation provided, and the panel would appreciate to receive an English translation of this document as soon as possible. Is there something you would like to react on that, Mr. Prosecutor?
Is that one disclosed under Rule 103?
Yes. On 103? Yes. Okay.
A number of documents in Albanian. I believe we are talking about 11 pages or 11 documents.
Microphone for Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't want to reveal the content, so it's difficult. I can tell you what it is about. So we had to go into a private session, but I cannot say you the number of pages because I don't know it by heart.
Okay, I think we are on the same page, and the translation of these documents might be provided. We will review that. Most likely, we will do that, Your Honors. Thank you.
Mr. Prosecutors, I believe that you still have to get back to the panel on the matter concerning filing 201, namely the items showed to the accused during his SPO witness interview. Are you already in a position to get back to us on that point?
Yes, Your Honors, I am. Indeed, there were several items which were shown to the accused during his interview, and later on, some of those items were not in the annex to the bar table motion that the SPO filed. So I owe Your Honors an explanation. It's going to be a very short one. So those items which were not, which are in the conversion table but were not disclosed, the prosecution is not going to rely on them. We are not going to tender them into evidence. However, there are 3 documents which were disclosed, which were shown to the accused during his interview, and I would like to discuss just those 3 documents. So there is the first document, and the ERN number is 7000593 to 7000609 red. It features in the bar table motion indeed, but we are not going to tender it into evidence. However, this document pertains to the testimony of the witness who is still to give evidence before this court, and we might, if we deem necessary during the course of his testimony, tender that particular document through that witness. But this is the matter for January, not for today. The second item is under the ERN U001-7059-U001-7061-ET. It's a typewritten regulation of the Kosovo Liberation Army Military Intelligence Service, and the prosecution does not intend to tender this one into evidence. We are not. Okay. The third item is under the ERN number 040-892-040892, and this is the newspaper article, and we intend to tender this into evidence, and it appears in the bar table motion at number 21 under a different ERN 020-435-020-436, and it appears also on another ERN, which is a scan of the original article, the same article, and the ERN is 041-888-041-889.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Your position is duly noted, and
Your Honor, just one clarification. The first document I mentioned out of those three documents is not in the bar table motion. That's the only.
And that is which one?
This is 7000593
Yes.
hyphen 700709 red.
Okay, good. Your position is duly noted. Should the panel decide to admit the accused SPO interview as requested in filing 201, it may reassess at a later stage the need to order the submission of the missing associate items for the determination of the truth pursuant to Rule 137, paragraph 1. Thirdly, and lastly, before we move to the testimony of witness 4669, and that is also in relation to filing 201, we noted that the video recording of the accused SPO interview appears not to have been disclosed in legal workflow. And the question of the panel is if the SPO would be in a position to disclose the video recording shortly in order to facilitate the panel's assessment of the portion of filing 201 pertaining to the accused SPO interview.
Your Honor, it's not a problem. We will do it at the first opportunity.
Very well. Then I won't give an oral order on that because you agreed to do it. Good. Let's now move to the testimony of witness 4669. Madame Court Usher, could we please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Witness, good morning and welcome to the specialist chambers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, thank you.
How are you, first of all?
Yes, indeed.
I'm well, thank you.
Today we will start with your testimony, but before we begin, I have several remarks. Let me first explain to you the protective measures that you have been granted for your testimony. You have been assigned a pseudonym, and it means that we will never mention your name, but we will all refer to you as Mr. Witness, to make sure that the public does not know your name. You also have face and voice distortion, which means that no one outside the courtroom watching the broadcast can see your face or hear your real voice during the testimony. When you answer questions that will not reveal your identity, we will do so in open session, which means that the public can hear what is said in the courtroom. When you ask to describe anything that relates specifically to you or to mention facts that might reveal your identity, we will do so in private session. And that means that there is no broadcast and no one outside the courtroom can hear what is said in the courtroom. If anything is said during open session that may identify you, we will protect this information. Your testimony will be broadcast with delay, and we can remove any such information from the broadcast that will be seen and heard by the public and from the public transcript of the proceedings. Are the protective measures that I just explained to you clear for you, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, you are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa to assist the panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the lawyers from the Specialist Prosecution Office who are sitting over there, the lawyers from the Victims' Council, the lawyers from the victims assigned to participate in the proceedings, there is the Victims' Council, and the Defense Counsel of Mr. Mustafa, and by us, judges of the panel. Yeah? I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that you will be asked, Mr. Witness. Listen carefully to each question, and if you don't understand, feel free to ask for the question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and tell us what you have seen, you have heard, sensed, experienced, all what you did yourself. If you did not see or hear it yourself, but you found out in some other way, then you should say so and explain to us. You may not remember all the details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify just on what you remember. Do not guess, do not make things up. There's nothing wrong in saying, I don't know or I don't remember. Have you understood all this?
Perfect, yes.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
I would also like to give you some practical advice on your testimony, Mr. Witness. Everything what we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the microphone, to speak clearly, and to speak at a slow pace to allow the interpreters to translate everything. You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, please count in your head up till 5, and only then give an answer. And this pause of 5 seconds is essential for us to properly hear, translate, and record what you are saying. And if you have any questions or you need a break, just raise your hand, and you will be given the opportunity to speak. Have you understood all this, Mr. Witness?
Perfect, yes.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I understood it.
As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth, and I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false statement. Mr. Witness, please read the text provided to you.
Yes.
All right, I understand. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with your testimony, and we will start with the questioning by the SPO. Mr. Prosecutor, you have estimated 5 hours for questioning of this witness. Please inform, as usual, if there is a change for planning purposes. You have the floor.
Your Honours, thank you very much. For now, there is no change, but if we realize that we can save some time, we will definitely inform Your Honours in advance. I would like to kindly ask Your Honours to move into private session just to take some personal details from this witness and also cover some initial topics that might reveal the identity of this protected witness.
Okay. Madam Court Officer, could you please bring us into private session?
Your Honours, we're in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, we are now in private session, which simply means that nobody outside of this courtroom can see you or can hear anything what you are saying. You said that in that ODA there were some discussions about the war, as you put it. Do you remember anything in particular from that meeting?
There was nothing particular. Those were conversations usually held in Oda according to our tradition. Oda is a guest room where you talk about current things. So at the time they were discussing the war, politics, and different subjects. And the issue of who was the general commander of the army was also brought up, and I said, according to the constitution, this is the president of the republic, and that is Ibrahim Rugova.
What did they say to that when you made such a remark?
Nothing. Nobody opposed there that day.
Whom did they mention as the commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Who was nominated at the time, like Hashim Thaçi.
When you went to Slash on that occasion, did you provide any contribution to the Kosovo Liberation Army, voluntary contribution?
Yes, we were poor at the time and lived in difficult conditions, and I gave my last 100 Deutschmarks that were the last not only for me but for my family as well, and I have a receipt that they issued to me once I paid that money.
How did that receipt look, if you remember, of course?
Well, the receipt was of this size, like this box, and there was the two-headed eagle, black in color, whereas the paper of the receipt was white, and the receipt contained the date, my signature, and the person who received the money. And the amount, how much I gave.
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor, I would like to go to private just for 1 minute to discuss a small matter, and then I will give you the floor back and we can go into public again.
Of course, Your Honor.
Madam Court Officer, can we go into private, please?
Your Honor, we're in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. My suggestion would be that if we have a proposal for redaction, that we go into private. Just also, we can do it by email, but if it has to be done quickly, I prefer to go into private in order not to attract too much attention to the fact that we are redacting it, and then we can also freely explain to Mr. Witness, why or whatever. But that would be my suggestion.
It's perfectly clear, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll do.
Madam Court Officer, could we go into public again?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
So the primary purpose of your going to Slash was to undergo the training, as I understand. And my question is, did you actually undergo such a training?
Yes. For a week or 10 days. They lasted maybe 10, 12 days, but not more than that. We had instructors who were appointed to teach us both theory and practice.
Do you know the names of those instructors?
Yes.
Those names, and if you remember, of course, what were the scopes of their respective teachings?
They would teach military tactics on the ground for infantry, then physical exercise. For physical exercise, had a separate instructor. Then for using weapons, A47, M84, and long-barreled weapons, M48.
My question pertains, of course, to those areas that you have just mentioned, but also pertains to the names of those instructors who were providing all that training that you have mentioned. So could you tell the court the names of those persons, or if you don't know the names, perhaps their nicknames or nom de guerre that they were using?
much at a certain moment. Okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I just wanted to explain in general terms because I think that this is important to explain because the hierarchy is what I already explained to you. And if you want me, I can repeat it once again. I don't know whether I was clear or not, but if you see it fit, I can explain to you what the hierarchy was, or at least the way on how I understood the hierarchy to be.
Mr. Witness, that was not my point. I just wanted to ask you to slow down the pace a little bit because that will make it more easy for the interpreters to translate for us what you're saying. But for the rest, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Understood.
I have one question that deals with the commencement of your training there. Did you have to undergo any formal registration procedure? For example, did you have to sign any papers at your admission there or in any other place? Do you remember any formalities that you had to follow when you joined that training?
I don't remember, but given that they already asked me, I think that they have taken note of what we said, but I don't remember anything in particular. But normally speaking, I think that they should have taken note of ourselves.
How did that training?
The interpreter kindly asks the counsel to speak into the microphone, please.
In slash end.
So that ended quite well. There were no problems whatsoever. So they told me that the exercise is over with, you have to go home, and once you are needed, we will notify you. So once we have weapons, we will let you know, because as things are right now, we don't have enough weapons.
What did you do after the training had ended?
I went home. I was there for some time, and it was not possible for us to talk with them over the phone because we didn't have telephones. Therefore, I had to present myself on a number of occasions, 2 or 3 times. I had to walk on foot from the village up to the base, from the place that I was living, to the point, to the place, to ask them on whether they had received weapons and on whether I could join you, because I had already finished the physical exercise.
Once, twice? How many times did you go to Slash after that training?
From what I remember, I went there several times. 3, 4 times, probably.
Did anything in particular happen to you during one of those trips from your place to Slash that relates to this case?
Yes, several things have happened there. So one of them was when I was there. So a Serbian military helicopter attacked. So this helicopter had the Red Cross falsely, just posted there because it didn't have anything to do with the Red Cross whatsoever. But when this helicopter approached us, so they attacked us. They attacked against the soldiers that were having the training in the ground. So they did that by a machine gun of an M84 type.
And in Slash, my question to that relates to that place because you said they shot the...
Yes, it was exactly there.
Please let us not overlap. When the specialist prosecutor is talking, please wait with giving your answer, because if not, the interpreters cannot translate for us.
So my question again is, did that incident happen in Slash?
Yes.
During that incident, did you have any encounter with any of the commanders whom you mentioned before in your statement today?
A bag, which was a closed bag, and he told me that you have to keep this. This does not have to fall in the hands of the enemy by any chance. So he told me, go and hide it somewhere in some place, and you know what to do with it, but it should not end in the hands of the enemy. I took the bag and I set off for the road. But before I did so, I just wanted to shoot back to the helicopter, but I was not allowed. I wanted to take this M48 weapon that was a kind of a sniper weapon, and I wanted to shoot back, but I was not allowed to. Like I said, I was given this bag, and I set off for the road.
What was in that bag?
Did you want to become open?
No, I did not open it.
What happened to that bag later?
Later, after the attack was over with, so he called me, he told me, come back and give me the bag back. And this is what I did. I got back and I got him the bag. So that was all.
This is clear. So you went to Slash a few times, as you said, after that training that you had described. Did it ever happen during any of those trips of yours to Slash that you were arrested?
Yes, it did. I was arrested. I was detained. This is what they said.
Your Honors, I would kindly ask to move into private session for a few questions, just for a few questions.
Madam Court Officer, can we go into private session, please?
Your Honors, we're in private session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We are now in private session. Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Witness, we are in private session right now, which simply means that nobody outside this courtroom can hear what you are saying. So I'm going to ask you a few questions in relation to that arrest. So could you tell the court what happened? And I will also ask you some questions for clarifications if necessary.
Okay. So after 2 or 3 times that I have already gone to the place, I talking about those units that are under the command of Slash. When it comes to separating the units inter alia, I mean, the way and how they had separated the units, I don't know anything about that. Later on, I have heard that one soldier had written this book, and this soldier had explained and described the way and how the units were organized, and also people that were in charge of the units have been described in that book. So later on, I got to know who was who, so who was responsible for different units and what did they do. So the book is public as we speak. I searched for the book yesterday on Google, and I could find a copy of that. So if you would need information about the timing, when the units were established, who was in charge of the units, I think that you can refer to that. So if you're talking about Slash, I mean, that's where I can refer you to.
The book you're referring to. However, for today, during your statement, I would kindly ask you to limit yourself to your personal knowledge, because this is the reason why you're here, to tell us what you know or what you understand happened. If you simply don't know something, you can tell the court that you don't know.
I understand. Up until now, I was answering your questions, and I'm telling you what I know. And I also was referring to other sources to tell you that although probably sometimes I don't know the exact name and last name of a person, I can recognize those persons if I'm shown a picture of them. And I told you as well that I know for most of them on where they were working after the war, and I have knowledge about them. So this is what I was telling you up until now.
That is very clear. My question about that checkpoint was it the Kosovo Liberation Army manned the checkpoint, or checkpoint manned by some other organizations or military formations?
No, it was the same formation.
What do you mean by the same formation?
So the KLA formation, it was a checkpoint to see on whether enemy forces were going in that direction. So the idea was to make sure that the enemy was noticed and was seen on whether they were going towards Lash or not. So that was a kind of an observation point. So I don't know how to explain it otherwise, but this is what it was. So it was as well a stopping point, a hold point. So for instance, if someone would go towards that direction, they would stop that person and they would ask where you're going to, what's the purpose of coming to this area. So from that checkpoint up until Slash, there are about 10 kilometers approximately.
30 minutes.
That's okay. I understand. Thank you, Your Honor. I remove the headsets.
Okay, we will break and have a 30 minutes break. I adjourn the hearing.
All right. All right.
Please be seated. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Yeah, just one before the witness comes in. I would like to ask whether there, for me, there is something not clear. Maybe it's better to ask this question in private session, Your Honor.
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please? Agree? Yes. And the same goes for the Victims' Council's team and for the Defense Council's team. Okay, good. That is for the record. Yes. Madame Court Usher, could you please bring the witness in? Please have a seat. Good. Welcome back, Mr. Witness. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor again.
Thank you very much. Mr. Witness, just
Thank you.
matter for clarification. Before the break, and we have it for the record on page 39 and 40 respectively, we have information about the ages of those two persons kept together with you in that bar.
Mr. Prosecutor, were we not in private when we discussed this?
We were in private, yes.
Yes, then I will ask the Madame Court Officer to go into private before having the witness answering the questions.
Apologies, Your Honor, because I thought that we were in private already. But if this is not the case, let's go into private session.
Madame Court Officer, could you bring us into private, please? Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Before the break, in the private session, you told us about two persons held together with you in the bar. Do you know how long had these two persons been kept there before you were placed in that bar?
Year?
No, but from what I remember, they said that they were brought 3 or 4 days before me. This is what I remember them saying.
Do you remember whether they were brought together to that barn or separately?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
Did any of those two persons tell you anything about them being mistreated there in Zlash?
Not when I arrived there, only after I went there, when they started to interrogate us, then they told me. So when I arrived, I did not get any information from them about them being mistreated up until the moment when they started to take us for interrogation, as they called it, to question us.
So we'll talk about you a bit later. Let's focus for now on those two persons. You mentioned that they were interrogated. Could you tell us what you know about those interrogations?
Yes, I can tell you what I know. When the interrogations started, all of us were taken for interrogation one by one. We were taken from the location where we were staying to another location. They would cover our faces when they would take us away. So when we would arrive to the location of the interrogation, they would remove the cover from our faces, and then we could see that we were in another location. But this other location was somewhere nearby the place where we were kept. They were either attached to each other, these two locations, or something like that. But based on how long it took us to walk or get there, it wasn't very far. And interrogations would take place in the evening, late in the evening. This is what I remember, because there was a light, a bulb was on when we would be interrogated. That I remember.
On those interrogations of those two persons. So let's now not focus on you, let's focus first on them. How many times were they taken for such interrogations, those two persons?
During my stay there, I know that they were taken at least once for interrogation.
Did they tell you what happened to them during those interrogations?
They would talk between each other, because I never asked them what happened to them, but they would talk to each other about being beaten, not heavily beaten, but according to them, they were slapped on their faces. This is what they talked about, what happened to them, that they were being slapped on their faces.
Did they mention how many times they were slapped on their faces when they were being interrogated?
No,
I did not ask about that, but I'm telling you what I remember hearing them say. I did not ask them how many times, but those two that were there with me talked about what I'm telling you now and what I remember.
Whether they were slapped once or more than once, at least this thing?
More than once, of course. I mean, when you say slapped on the face, it's in plural, meaning they did not say they slapped me once. This is why I'm saying that they were probably slapped more than once, several times.
You said that they were taken for interrogations. Did they tell you, after they had come back, did they tell you what their interrogations were about?
Yeah.
No, I didn't ask them. I wasn't interested in that. I did not ask them why.
Did they talk between themselves?
Public session.
Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed and please re-ask the question.
Of course, Your Honors. Speaking about those two persons who were held together with you in that barn in Zlash, did that interrogation and mistreatment they told you about happen on the same day when you were brought to Zlash or on another day?
Oh,
Yes, I remember that that occurred on the same night.
Did they tell you whether they recognized those who were interrogating them and who slapped them, as they said?
yeah.
No, I don't remember them saying anything else.
Could you describe that barn to the court? Any detail you remember?
Essentially,
It was sort of a room, big in size, something like a stable. There was something like a trough, a feed trough for animals in there. It was made of wood. The walls were made of wood and earth, mud. And there were openings here and there, and from there you could see a bit outside.
By the openings, do you mean the cracks in those wooden walls, or do you mean something else, but by saying those openings?
Yes, yes.
So the cracks in the wooden walls.
The walls were built of wood, hay, and mud. This is what they were made of.
Do you remember whether that place had a window?
I remember that it was always dark. I think there was a window, but it was closed so that the light could not come in.
You said that those persons were removed for interrogations. Do you know those persons who came to the barn to remove them for those interrogations? Do you know those persons?
Yeah.
No.
Persons who removed those two from the barn dressed?
Some of them had military trousers. And in the upper part they were wearing something black. But most of the time they had their shirts with the sleeves wrapped up, and some of them also had t-shirts. I know that those who interrogated me were younger than me. This is what I remember. Whereas those around them were of my age, approximately. They were kind of guards.
That in a minute. Your Honours, could we now move back into private session?
Madam Court Officer, could you bring us into private session, please?
swollen on his face, on his eyes, everywhere. He was swollen more than normally.
Any blood on his body?
You.
No.
Did you see any visible injuries on his body? You mentioned the swellings. Anything apart from that?
I already described them. I described them earlier. He was bruised, black on all visible parts of his body.
Mr. Witness, you said also in the private session that it was the first time he was brought to that barn. Do you understand correctly that he was brought to the barn on another occasion or occasions?
Yes, he was brought once more, and we did not see him after that. When he was brought the second time, he was almost dead. He was lying down, crying out of pain. He was even more swollen. His nose was bleeding. So, in other words, he was unable to speak. He was just crying out of pain. This happened on the second time. In order to explain it to you, we heard him when they brought him the first time, then they brought him outside. I don't know if they brought him outside the first or the second time, but when they brought him the second time, they took him outside. They beat him heavily then, and we could see from the openings that he was being beaten by 5 or 6 persons, and these persons would hit him with everything they had in their hands. And once the beating ended, they brought him in the place where we were. And when they brought him the first and the second time to the place where we were staying, they would order us to say death to the traitors, death to the thieves, death to the thugs, and glory to the Kosovo Liberation Army. This would happen whenever they brought him in. This was what the three of us had to say and shout whenever they would bring him.
Did the beating of that person happen inside of the barn or outside of the barn? Just to have it clear.
No, it happened outside of the barn. Outside. So, whereas inside, he was never beaten inside.
It happened outside of the barn, as you said. How did you manage to see what was happening with him? You said he was beaten by several persons. How did you see that?
I could hear while he was being beaten. I would hear his shouts.
Was he dressed, or do you remember anything about that person?
He was dressed, he was wearing civilian clothing. So I think his trousers were black, and yeah, civilian clothing, like I said. About his appearance, so that appearance was clear in my head up until recently. I don't know whether this person has changed his appearance because it's 20 odd years past that event. However, I think that the investigations need to be carried out as to where this person is, who this person is, and I believe that it would be good for the authorities to uncover a little bit more about this person, because from what I recall, I mean, one of his legs was injured. So, I mean, he had this issue, this problem with one of his legs. It was not very visible, but yeah, he had this problem. This is what I recall about this person.
Passed between the first and the second time when that bed.
Microphone, please.
Between the first and the second time when that badly mistreated victim was brought to your barn.
I do not exactly remember, but I think that he stood with us, he remained with us for one night, whereas the next day, when he was beaten up, he was brought again in the barn, but then they took him away probably in the evening of the same night or the next day, but he never was returned to the barn again.
I understand correctly from what you have just said that that badly beaten person, a badly beaten victim, stayed with you just for that brief period of time, for that one night, and he was kept somewhere else, not in the barn together with you? Is that what you said?
The first time, when he was brought inside of the barn, I said that he remained with us, so he was taken in the evening or the next day to be beaten up. That was the first thing that happened. And when he was taken the second time, again he was brought in where we were staying. I don't know whether he was staying there for some part of the day or of the night, or whether he was taken the next day. So this is what has happened within one night. So he was either taken the second night or the next day, and we never saw him again. That's the answer I can provide to you based on what I recall. So that's not something that I have heard others say, but this is something that I've seen with my own eyes.
You saw that person, that victim badly beaten and who looked the way you described. What effect did his look, the way he looked, had on you and to other co-detainees?
The effect it had onto us was that we were at a critical situation for ourselves and that we could have the same chance as he. This is how I understood the situation to be.
Did you have fear when that person was shown to you by those KLA soldiers yourself?
Of course. So we didn't have weapons there. We were afraid and we didn't know the reason as to why we were being kept there. So all the other reasons that they mentioned were illogical to us.
You said that that badly mistreated victim had his hands tied. Did you or those two other persons kept with you in that barn also have your hands tied?
No, never. This was not the case for us. So his hands were tied up with wire, and a wire. I just want you to note that. So it was a white-colored wire. I don't actually remember whether that was white or black wire, but I do remember that it was wire that he had around his hands. I don't know whether that was of a metallic color or of a black color, but his hands were tied. So it was not logical, but his hands were tightly tied. Also, they were armed, and when we had to go to the toilet, and I'm talking about myself because we were not sent to the toilet all together, we were sent one by one. So in my case, I had this person that was standing behind me having a revolver, an arm. So he was just with a distance of 1 meter away from me, and the revolver was directed at me up until I got into the toilet, because
identification of yourself.
apologies for that. I forgot about it. Apologies, Your Honor. I am to be blamed for that. So sometimes I feel myself lost in the memories, and I forget about not mentioning certain people or certain places.
Understand that. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
So we are still in the open session. Were you yourself mistreated during your detention in Slash?
Yes.
How it happened?
Yes. I was taken in an evening. I don't remember whether my eyes were closed or not, but I remember that when we entered the place, this blindfold was removed from me. So the hands were not tied, but I was accompanied by 2 persons, and there were 2 other persons that were standing by their sides. So they asked me to get undressed in the upper part of the body. And they would ask me, why is it that you've taken notes in the notepad that you had with you, And I told them that this is a kind of a diary. This is something that I have taken note of by making use of a pen. The idea for that was that if you write with a pen, I mean, in the case of risk, I mean, if you put some water on the notes would go blank. And I told them that nobody told us that it's not permitted for us to take the diary with us. And I was told, no, you're not telling the truth, you're a spy, you're spying. And I would say that, no, I'm not spying, but if you've got any documents, any evidence to that end, you have to tell us. They told me to bend down. Do you want me to show how exactly they told me to behave? So I was standing and they asked me to bend, and this is how I stood. Like I said, I wasn't wearing any clothes in the upper part of the body, and I was hit in the shoulder. So from this part up here up until here. So I was hit by a rubber stick. So that was kind of a stick that was a baton that was used by the militia, by the Serbian military forces. So that was not a metal rod, but that's like I said, a police rubber stick. Which was a baton.
Excuse me.
You were hit?
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. I want to add to what the witness just said in order to make it clear for the record of what we were seeing. What we were seeing is that the witness was bending over and that he was having his hands on his shoulder and that he was pointing to the upper part of his shoulders and the back of his shoulders where he said he was hit. Is that an accurate description of what we saw?
It is, Your Honor. I believe it is.
Okay. If I don't hear anything else, that for the record. Thank you. Please proceed.
So let me come back to my question. Do you remember how many times...
Can you please into the mic?
The victim had not.
Only that night.
How many times you were beaten while in Slash? My question related to how many times were you hit in your back with that baton, if you remember, of course.
About 10 to 12 times, even more than that.
When you were there in that place, did you see whether there was anybody visibly in command of that whole situation? For example, somebody giving somebody else's any orders, any directions, or anything to that effect that made you believe that there was somebody there who was in command of that situation, in charge of that situation?
No, I did not notice anything like that. Probably there was someone surrounding us that had that quality, but I did not notice anything like that. So there were these two persons that would question me. They were much younger than myself back then. They were about 17 or 18 years of age. And there were two other older persons that were standing close to this young man. So they were kind of on readiness. So if the need was there for them to intervene, I mean, they would intervene. That was my impression. So these were the four persons that were standing around me. I don't know about other people. Probably there were other people. However, later on, once I analyzed the things, I think that so they did not plan for me to be beaten up. I think that this was related to our political bias, to our political convictions, to military convictions as well. And that's something that has happened to other people as well. I think that's the reason to that. It's not that we were spies, because that had nothing to do with us being spies. So that is something that I've been thinking of later on. It's not that I thought, about this at the time that I was there. I did not think that they would do what they did, but that is something that I have been thinking of later on.
That the reason for your beating and that interrogation was the political conviction. Is that what you said? And if so, could you tell us more about it?
This is something that I have discovered later on, because we're not those sorts of persons, none of us. So I'm talking about the three people, the three of us who were there. So this was directly related to our approach, because they knew that I trusted one political party, and that political party, was a party to which they were in opposition. And different things have happened to different people over time because of their convictions. There were attempts, failed attempts as well. There were attempts against President Rugova himself. He had 2 life attempts. And he escaped. I mean, he remained to survive those attempts. And there have been attempts against people that were MPs and that are now incapable. I mean, they are physically disabled because of those attempts. And I believe that this was the major cause of us being there. So because of our political convictions being different from their convictions. At least this is what I think of that situation.
They know those persons who were interrogating and mistreating you. How did they know that you had those political convictions which were not aligned with their political convictions? How did you know that? How did they know that? What do you think?
Well, I think so. On whether they knew or not, I do not know that, but that's my opinion. Later on, I have thought of the reason for me being there, being of what I told you, whereas on whether they knew of where we stood in terms of the political bias, I mean, I think you have to ask them. You can discover that for yourself, and you can see whether that's really what the situation was or not. However, it's public. Something that I've invented. That's not an opinion of mine. So you can see it with your own eyes. If you search with his name in Google, you'd see, what their past is, and you'd see what they've done for each of them.
I think that the fact that you mentioned during that meeting in Oda that the head of the KLA is Ibrahim Rugova, do you think that it had any influence on the fact that they later on interrogated you and mistreated you?
Of course, I think so, very much so. Not the commander of the KLA, but he was the commander of all the armed forces of the Republic of Kosovo for as long as he was alive. And that was not just a way of saying it, but he was the leader, the commander under the constitutional framework.
Go back to those persons who were asking you all those questions and who were mistreating you. Did they call each other by any names or by any ranks or in any way that could identify?
No, they never discussed these issues amongst themselves when they would interrogate us.
Fight for the record, you did not recognize those persons who were interrogating you and mistreating you. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I did not know them.
You said that such thing, interrogation of yours and beating of yours, happened only on that one occasion. Is that correct?
Correct.
after you had been brought to that barn in Slash, did that interrogation and beating of yours take place?
Yes, and
It happened once, as I said. Well, I stayed there more than 3 or 4 days, about a week. I don't know exactly, but I know that I stayed there for at least 4 days up to a week. 7 days a week, 10 days, I don't know exactly, but I'm telling you the minimum and maximum length of time that we stayed there. I personally stayed there because I'm speaking about myself.
Very much for this clarification when it comes to the time span where you were there. My question, however, stands, and my question is, on which day out of those 4 to 7 days were you taken, interrogated, and mistreated in the way that you described? On which day was it?
It was on the third day, I think. I think it was on the second or third day, something like that. Somewhere in the middle of the maximum length of time. As I said, it's a bit of a problem for me to state the correct length of time, but it was somewhere in the middle of the time spent in there.
How much time did that whole interrogation and beating last, if you remember, of course? How much time did it last?
Well, I think for about half an hour or so. 20 minutes to half an hour, not more than that.
It's to half an hour in total interrogation and the beating that you received, correct?
Yes, correct.
How did that interrogation and beating of yours end? How did it end?
After the beating, he told me, put your clothes on, and then they brought me back to the place where I was staying. And then 2 or 3 days later, they told me, you are free to go home. Before me, they released another person, the one that I mentioned earlier, the tall one. And after me, the older person remained. I don't know when they released him.
Just coming back to the moment you were being interrogated and beaten, you told us, if I remember correctly, that there were 2 persons asking you questions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct. There were 2 persons, then 2 on the side, and at one point 2 females came. They did not ask questions, they just stood there near them.
So those 2 persons were asking you questions. Who were those who were beating you? The same persons who were asking you questions? Other persons?
The same person.
The same 2 persons who were asking you questions were also beating you. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, correct.
Did you at any point of that beating that you received lose consciousness?
Never.
did that beating of yours and that interrogation of yours happen before or after the interrogations of the other two co-detainees of yours?
Yes.
After.
Did that victim, whom you described as being badly beaten, who looked that miserably, was he brought to your barn before or after the mistreatment of yours?
I can't see it better.
He was brought before.
From the moment you came back to your barn after being mistreated till the moment you were released a few days later, did anything else of violent nature happen to you or to any of those two co-detainees of yours?
No, I don't remember anything like that happening.
Are you aware of any other people kept in Zlash by the Kosovo Liberation Army within the same compound during the time when you were also kept there?
No, I was not aware that there was a detention center there until I was brought there myself. In other words, I had not heard before from somebody about that. Maybe there were others, but I don't know.
A few minutes ago, you told us that at some point you were released. Could you tell the court the circumstances of your release?
Well, the circumstances are like follows. A person opened the door. He said, "You are free, follow us." They returned my personal items, but they kept the notebook and the knife. The notebook, the small one that where I kept my notes, like a diary or something. And then I set off on foot for to go home. I passed through mountains and got home, and later on I returned there again, but that was a different sort of return. I was armed then, and I was with many others. We would distribute supplies for the army. So this is when I went there for the last time after NATO bombing had started.
the little passage for the record when you described how the witness stood bending forward, where my co-counsel quite rightly pointed out to me that he at first was holding his hands sort of towards the bottom of the back before he then used one hand to sort of point towards the shoulder, which I think might be relevant as it is sort of a more forced way of standing, which is just one little bit of description missing in what we have already on the record. If that could be completed, that would be very good. As I said, I didn't want to interrupt the examination of the prosecution earlier. Therefore, this is the first moment at which this seems suitable. Thank you.
What I will do, Victims' Counsel, is in the break have a look at it, yeah, to see if it's complete, and if it's necessary, I will come back to it, because I remember having made a remark that the hands were on the back, tied together. So I will just look if we have to add to it at the bottom, and if it's necessary, I will come back. Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed. And do you want us to stay in private, or can I ask to go back into public?
Your Honors, I would kindly ask to move back to the open session.
Okay, good. Madam Court Officer, can we go back into public, please?
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Mr. Witness, we were discussing for a few minutes the issue of your release from Slash, and I would like to ask you just a few very brief follow-up questions. And the first of those would be, who was the person who opened the door to that bar and released you?
I did not know him. I think it was the guard. He was not known to me, that person.
One of those who were interrogating you, who were mistreating you, who were present during those moments of interrogations and mistreatment, or was that another person?
I don't know. He could have been present, but the last one who told me that was the guard. So I don't remember who the person who gave me the news that I was free to go. I don't know who that person was. I don't know him.
How was that person dressed?
In black clothes.
Did he have any markings or emblems on his uniform?
I don't remember, because some of them had, some didn't. So I don't remember about him. No, I didn't see that.
When he released you, did he call you out by your name, or did he use some other words? And if so, what were those words?
I don't remember whether he called me by name. What he said was that you are free to go. I can't remember whether he called me by name. They had my name. He probably did call me by name, but I don't remember.
Did that person who released you from that barn, or anybody else during your stay in Slash, give you any release papers?
No. They didn't take any notes during interrogation, and neither did they give me any release papers when they released me.
Did anybody during that time of yours in Slash give you any document that was the basis of your arrest, detention there in Slash, or nobody gave you such papers?
Yes, no.
No, never. They did not discuss my issue at all, none of them.
Mr. Witness, are you aware of any Serbian offensive that took place around the time of your release?
Correct.
Yes?
What kind of offensive was it, and around what the date of that offensive was?
When I went to distribute the medicine with persons, the two persons that I mentioned earlier, if we are in public session, I will not mention them, but we know who they are. There were some clashes between the KLA and Serbian forces. The Serbian forces shelled the area, and the shells fell at approximately 20 meters away from me at a house which was kind of a barn, also built of straw. And the grenade, as a result of the impact, the roof of that house fell, and two other grenades fell somewhere near the mountain. Adam Shea was speaking to someone at that point in time, but he did not move at all, despite the fact that the grenades fell in our vicinity, so he wasn't afraid at all. So these are things that I saw with my own eyes. There was other shelling, because when the Serbian forces would shell, there was this whistling sound of the grenade flying over the air and falling onto the ground.
Days after your release, did that happen?
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, we are approaching 1 o'clock. Could you indicate when would be a good moment to have a break, or if you want to pose 1 or 2 more questions that would finish what you were working on at the moment?
Your Honours, the perfect moment would be now.
No, that's very good. Mr. Witness, we will take a break for 1.5 hours till 2:30. So take some rest and we will see you back at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please. And I see that Madame Court Usher is already there. Thank you. Okay. We will now break and resume at 2:30. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Good. I will call appearances. I see that the SPO is almost in the same composition.
Indeed, Your Honours, we are almost in the same composition. For the session, the afternoon session, Mr. Filippo De Minicis, Associate Prosecutor, will not be present.
Okay, thank you. And Victims' Counsel, please. I see you are in the same composition and I see you nodding, so that's okay. And that same goes for the defense team. Good, and Mr. Mustafa is also present via video link. Yes, I will now ask Madame Court Usher if she can bring the witness in. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Witness, welcome back. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
The SPO, to continue with the questioning of witness 4669, you have Mr. Prosecutor. 2 hours and 27 minutes left for your question from your estimate. Please proceed.
Your Honor, with the highest degree of certainty, I can tell you that I will not use all that time. Probably I would need half an hour from now.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Mr. Witness, I would like to come back to one issue that we discussed before the break, and I need one clarification. However, to do so, I would need to pull up on the screen part of your statement that you gave before the SPO. And could I ask kindly, Madam Court Officer, to pull up on the screen the document, the statement 082023 TRET, part 2, red one, it's a redacted statement. And if possible, I would like to go to line 7. And I'm going to, it's page number 14, and lines from 7 to 14 inclusive. Mr. Witness, it is only in English, but I'm going to read it to you, and you have an interpretation into Albanian in your headphones. So let me first read it to you, and then I will ask you a question. So there was a question from the prosecutor speaking about these two persons who are there with you. Did you see them being mistreated? You said, no, but they told me. And then the prosecutor asked you the following question, yes. Did you hear anything that could suggest them being mistreated physically? And then your answer was, yes, yes, they owed when they were hit. Mr. Prosecutor asked, sorry, they, and your answer was explained by the interpreter. Oh, it's an exclamation that he made. I, phonetically, is when they were hit. My question to you is this. Today, you told us that you did not hear any of those two detainees being mistreated. And here, in your statement that I have just read back to you, that you gave before the prosecutor, you clearly stated that you heard them making this noise when they were hit. So my question to you is, just to have this point crystal clear, did you hear any of those two persons when they were mistreated? Did you hear any voices coming out from them during their mistreatment or not?
The time when my declaration, my statement was given earlier, so that was something that I remembered, and probably this is why I have said what I've said. But in the moment in time when you asked me about this question, I was not recalled of it. I didn't remember it. It might have been that I probably heard some exclamation from these persons, from one of these persons maybe, but I don't remember it now. I don't know whether I was clear or not, but a very long period of time has elapsed. And it might happen that I've heard someone back then, but the idea was that that's not something that I have in my mind as I speak now. So that's gone from my mind, so I can't remember it now. That's all I can say.
Problem, it's clear. Thank you very much for this explanation. Coming back to the time around which you were released from Slash, and as far as I remember, you said that there was one person from that barn released before you and the other person stayed in the barn after you had been released. Is that correct?
This is what I remember.
Do you perhaps know what happened to that man who remained in the stable that after you had been released?
I do not know, but I have met him many years back. I have met him twice. And on both occasions, he asked me on whether we will tell what has happened to us. What I told him was that it's not the right time to do that, and it's not either the right place to do that. And he understood as to why I was saying that.
Did you say it was not the right time or not the right moment to report those things that happened to you in Slash?
Because I told this person that if you're going to report what happened, all the institutions are held by those people.
Those people, who do you mean by saying those people?
Well, the issue is that I told him that it is not the right time. For me, it was not the right time, and this is what I told him. I don't know what he did, on whether he reported about that or not, but this is what I told him.
Persons. Who do you mean by those persons?
I'm not referring to anyone. He asked on whether we would have to report our case to the authorities, to the police authorities or to the judicial authorities, that is, to the courts or to the prosecution offices. And the answer I gave to that question is that no, it's not the time now. That's my answer.
However, you said, and I could even quote from your statement today, you said that this was not the right time, and as these institutions are held by those persons. By who were the institutions held at that time?
I didn't say that. So the institutions are not reliable in that respect. So the thing is that I didn't trust the institutions of the time. So that was why I said that. At least that was my belief. I didn't believe in those institutions. I didn't trust them.
That meeting or those meetings take place. Do you remember at least the year?
The meetings took place approximately after some years after that, so probably 2006 or later than that. I'm not quite sure though.
Person tell you about the circumstances of his release from Slash?
I remember that he told me that he was released immediately after myself, but I didn't ask him about the time or anything else. So I know that I have taken note of his first name and last name, his telephone number as well, and I told him that we would keep in contact. That's
Yeah.
No. I didn't ask for any medical attention, nor did I receive any.
During your time of your detention in Slash, did you have any access to your family or to the outside world?
Yeah, actually.
No, I did not. The person that left the place before myself, I asked him to notify a cousin of mine that was living in the same village. I mean, if you want, I can tell exactly who that is, but I just asked this person to tell my cousin that I was staying there. I told this to the person that was released before me. And I told him who to tell that I was there. I don't know whether he told this cousin of mine or not, but yeah, this is what happened.
Of this cousin is not necessary, at least for now. So you said that you were not given any access to your family during that time, and you were not given any possibility to contact the outside world. How about these two other detainees who shared that barn with you? Were they given any possibility to have a contact with their families, or did they have an opportunity to contact the outside world?
What do you mean, having any contact with the outside world? There were no communication means back then. It was only physically someone would approach the place, but nobody approached the place, neither for them or for me.
Mr. Witness, during that time that you spent in Slash, how did you feel psychologically, if you could tell the court?
I already told you. At the very beginning, it seemed very illogical to me why I was sent there. Then, when we saw the victim, when we saw the person that was brought in the barn in that status, in that situation, immediately we started to think that we were at risk. And so I was just starting to realize and to analyze why he was brought there. And in that moment in time, I was just thinking of myself being at risk and that we would be at the same risk. I mean, everyone there would be at the same risk.
I understand. Was the barn where you were kept locked?
Yes, it was. It was guarded as well. There were guards there. The entry was guarded.
What injuries did you suffer as a result of things that happened to you in Slash?
When I got back home, when I started to clean myself, I saw that my shoulders here, I mean, the place there was bruised, it was black, it was the place where I was hit. It was bruised like a salve, a blackish color. And those marks were on my shoulders for 4 or 5 days, even more than that, even longer than that.
Did you seek any medical assistance after you had been released from Slash?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Just for clarification, the witness put his hand on his left shoulder on the upper part when indicating where the harm was felt. And if I don't see any objection with this regard, then we put it on the record like that.
Just maybe one question to clarify this issue a little bit further, with your permission, Your Honors.
Yes, please.
When you inspect your body, was it black? Was it black only in the part that you touched? Or could you simply describe to the court where this black color on your back was located itself?
So look at this as a mirror. So, for instance, when I was observing myself, I was cleaning myself, I was in the bathroom, and when I turned my head back, I could look at my back. So this is how I saw it. And that's something that I didn't tell to anyone, neither to my mother, to my brothers, or anyone else for that matter.
Thank you for this explanation. My question related more to the area of your back that was bruised in the manner that you described, that was black. Could you tell what part of your back precisely was bruised?
All over the back, starting from here, and the other part as well, down the back, I mean all the area.
Please, could you wait till Mr. Prosecutor has finished his question or what he's saying and then answer? Because for us, it's impossible to understand what you say if two persons at the same time are talking, because the interpreters cannot translate that for us. Yeah, so please wait till Mr. Prosecutor has finished.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Just a second, Your Honor. Your Honors, I would like to show to the witness one photograph, and I would like to still stay in the open session. However, I would be very happy if this photograph was not displayed to the general public, just to the witness and the people present here in this courtroom. So I'm referring to the photograph number 082020-082023, page 3.
Mr. Prosecutor, it is my understanding that even if we are in open session, what is shown on our evidence screen is never shared with the general public.
This is what I'm asking for.
Yeah,
yes.
but that's a general rule we proceed on.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much for reminding me about this. Mr. Witness, can you see this photograph on your screen now?
Yes, I can.
Can you see the signature underneath that photograph?
Yes.
Is it?
It's mine.
Could you tell the court what is on that photograph?
This shows the place where we were staying.
Blue, dark blue circle around two buildings. Is that the place encircled by yourself?
The drawing? I don't remember that I've done that, so probably someone else has done that. He asked first on whether this was the place, and probably they have encircled the place.
Is that place encircled the place where you were held?
I think that this object, this place that is with the black tiles, that's the place where we were held, we were kept.
Are you referring to that building which is...
I'm talking about that building that is attached to the other building, which seem to be together. That's on the left-hand side, from where you look at it.
Third building, counting from the right. The third building on the left-hand side of the photo.
Yes, yes. That's correct.
Your Honors, I'm tendering this photo into evidence, just this photograph, and we could remove it from the screen. Mr. Witness, I have another question for you, totally different, however related to the events we are talking about. Do you know anything about a Kosovo Liberation Army unit called BIA?
I have learned about it later, after I got back from that place the last time.
Do you know where that unit was stationed? me just a second, I need to find another place in the statement that we might put to the witness.
Very well, please proceed.
I would kindly ask the court officer to show to the witness and to all of us the statement of this witness. And again, this is the same number, 082023 TRET. It is part 3, page 17. And I would be very happy to start reading from line 16, just a few lines. Mr. Witness, this is precisely the exchange that you had between yourself and the prosecutor about this unit called BIA, and actually line 16 is the first line when BIA is mentioned. The question of the prosecutor is, are you aware of the unit called BIA? Your answer was, yes, I learned later, at the time of NATO bombing, when NATO bombed the Serb positions. I learned about the BIA unit, that they were there. I learned also who the commander was, Commander Salih. The question of the prosecutor then is, do you know the name of Commander Salih? You said no, but I do know him by sight. If I see him, I know who he is, and I know he was called like that. Then the prosecutor asks you, are you aware that before the offensive of the Serbs in April, that BIA unit was present in Zlash? Could we move to another page? Your answer was, I don't know. I don't think so, because this Salih that I mentioned had done the training just before, right before me. He was with the group just before my group, or the one before that, to do the training in Zlash. So from this short exchange, the question was about the commander. You said, Commander Salih. And then, do you know him? You said, I know how he looks. And then you continue saying that he was the one doing training in Zlash. And I emphasize this. Commander Salih was the one doing the training in Zlash. So today you told us that there was another Salih, not Commander Salih, who was doing the training. So my question is, just to clarify this matter, was it Commander Salih, commander of the BIA unit, as you said here before the prosecutor, the one who was also, as you said, doing the training in Zlash?
I was thinking about the person that was being trained in Zlash at that time. I was thinking about him because he was the one in charge of that unit. So there was no one else that I could think of. So he was present himself, and the one that I'm referring to was in charge of that group. Because about this other person, that in reality I knew nothing about him. Up until the moment in time that I saw him, that I had seen him 2 times in barracks, in military barracks. So every time I'm talking about the Salih that appeared himself in front of me. And he was in charge of the group, or commander of the group. because every person that was in charge of the group self-proclaimed himself a commander. And that is the reason why I said what the situation was like.
Today, I have just a few remaining questions, but to pose them, I would like to move into private session. They are on a different topic.
Microphone, please.
I will repeat my question again because we are in public session. Your questions you would like to pose in private, are they on the same topic or on a different topic?
I have a few questions on a different topic.
Okay. I just would like to ask one question on the topic we have been discussing up till now, in order to not to be disruptive in when we touch on what. Mr. Witness, talking about the Salih that came to your house, yeah? Is this name Salih a nickname? Does this person has another name, a family name with which he is known that you know about?
I do not exactly know. I do not exactly know. It's not for sure, but I think that his name was Salih, but his short name was Salih. But like I said, I don't know for a fact.
You don't know his family name? Or do you know, I will say it in the positive, do you know his family name?
No.
No.
And this name Salih, was that a nickname?
No.
Yes. This is the impression I had. So while he introduced himself, I mean, that was the impression that I had. It was both during the training and at the time that he came to my house.
So you cannot give us any further identifying information with regard to this person?
No, I cannot. But if I see this person, So I already described this person to you, but if I see a picture, I can identify on whether he is who I'm talking about.
Maybe one
Your Honours, we're back in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. We are approaching 4 o'clock, so that means that we are about to adjourn the hearing till tomorrow. Mr. Witness, thank you very much for your time today. Let me remind you that until tomorrow, you should not discuss your statement with anybody.
I understand. Thank you for the explanation, Your Honor.
You will be accompanied now by Madame Court Usher to leave the courtroom. Try to rest, and we see you again tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please, you can go. See you tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow, what we will do is you have finished your questioning, Mr. Prosecutor. You just informed us. Victims' Counsel, you will be given the floor. So I will do a round to see if there's anything else you would like to raise for today, Mr. Prosecutor.
Nothing, Your Honours.
Okay. Victims' Counsel.
No, nothing, thank you.
Okay, very well. Defense Counsel.
Nothing, Your Honor.
No. Good. Then, if there's nothing else to raise, I will thank the interpreters, the stenographer, the people of the audiovisual booth, and security for their assistance today, and also, of course, the parties and the Victims' Counsel. The hearing is adjourned till tomorrow, 9:30.
All rise.